we're live. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah, so last time we started to rework a lot of things regarding the editor, making it possible to have a lot of different editors open, and yeah, kind of finding some patterns and abstractions with opening documents and yeah. I'm just gonna, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. I'm just gonna paste this here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so we haven't gone through all the compiler errors yet, so that's what we've been doing. A lot of refactoring and restructuring of the code, and now we're in the middle of fixing all the compiler errors, and then well, we're doing it in stages and doing like one editor sort of at a time. And we also need to have a basic sort of resource management system and assets library. So that's kind of where we are at right now. So yeah, after we've fixed these compiler errors, we are going to continue with the stuff. Okay, so what is the issue here? So I believe the issue was that this call does not work because the type that I'm providing here needs to be or the type that you should provide here needs to be an enum without, it can't be a tagged union. It has to be an enum or an error set. So and this one is, well, it's a tagged union. So I wonder, I guess you couldn't you sort of define the enum outside and you get the thing there and then you get like the fields from that? Well, we already have the tag here, so that's the tag. And could you go through, I was thinking of going through the fields instead of tags, so you would get the fields. Because what you want out here is actually, I want the tag itself, you know. So what is a tag? It's one of, it's like, how do you construct a tag from this? Like, the thing is, we go through each field, each tag, and we check, we get this sort of file extension thing from that. Is it a type, or is, like, how do you get the tag? Like, let's say, for example, what is this type? Like the document tag, like what is this type? So it goes into the union. Oh, it's the tag type, which is a type, I guess. But then that's, and the tag type is an enum, I think. And so when you get a field from an enum, is that going to be where you can use tags? Like, what does this do? You get a pointer to an array containing all tags for that enum, right? So it goes through all the fields. So isn't this basically getting all the fields? No, it gets... Yeah, I don't really understand this. Maybe we should do tags on document tag. Since document tag is this should be an enum. And we should get the tag out there, right? Isn't this correct? Maybe? I don't know. Okay, the error went away. Well, there was no error in here. It still doesn't work, it looks like. Maybe. Let's just try and run this thing, see if we get any compiler errors. Because there's a little bit of an issue with NeoVim and report the diagnostics does not reset when you save one file, so it reports from other files seem to stick around even though you fixed the problem in another file, so that caused the issue in some other file. So, but we'll see here. So what's going on here? Access of union field pointer with field struct is active. Okay, and this is an issue in reference by animation. Okay, so if we go let's go to animation. Is it this one? 39. What? Access of union field pointer. Oh, is it this one? Here? Right. So the memory is not a pointer, it's a slice. I thought that you could... Oh wait, this is not even... Oh, right. Oh yeah. So, I forgot. I need to do this. Okay. I changed the type of the name to this sort of string thing. Okay. There we go. I'll still get this issue here. I'm just gonna save here, see if we get rid of this error. Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna save this as well. Okay, so we got rid of those errors. Good. Now we get some error here. Discards const qualifier. So yes, let's do this then. Will that work? And that still discards it. Broadcast. Oh, right. So it's not const then. Right. So this needs to be mutable. Okay, there we go. Can I now do this, or will that be complained? Okay, so that works, and then I don't have to do this. There we go. Okay, so no more compiler errors, so let's just try. We're not gonna see anything right now because we haven't, no error editor is gonna be booted up. But we are also, yeah, the session is not saved in a proper way either. Yeah, the session, it's gonna get an error reading the session here. Could not read session, missing field, yeah. So let's try and open it again. Close. And now we don't get the errors anymore because we have our brand new session. Let's open up the session and see what we can see here. So now we have this one. This is new. Yeah, so it saved a new format for us, so that's good. Now, what can we do? So, yeah, so now we go back to layout. Right, so the thing is now, we don't really have a way of entering an editor. So the issue becomes, now we need the assets manager now, because we need a way to actually, yeah, we need to be able to open a document. So yeah, we need the assets manager, and that's always, the assets manager is always going to be present somewhere. So I think we'll just put it over, like after here, or it's gonna be in the imgui part. So I will put this below, I will put this down here, and yeah, so this will be the assets manager, and I think I'll just put this in a new function, or I mean a new file. So assets manager. All right. So we'll import that. Oops. And of course we'll probably wanna just put the context in there. Alright. So we'll start that up and just see. Okay, so we have, oh yeah, I'm just gonna start it and see if it still shows up here. Yeah. All right, so the assets manager, I'm thinking just like, you know, Unity or whatever, we're gonna have a sort of bar at the bottom. Maybe you can sort of expand, and I think imgui is pretty easy to work with when it comes to those kind of things. Like you can easily make a window that's like expandable, minifiable and stuff. So we'll just put an area at the bottom that will be the the assets manager. So it's something like, if we look at how we do the menus, this is like a sidebar, so I'll just copy this for now, and we need to import some stuff here. Okay. Right, so we can set the window position and stuff here. Now I would like to get the screen size, so let's do that. So put this right, so here we get that. And we need relive. Right, so we have screen, the screen size now, and I want to put this at the bottom. So X should be 0, Y should be, let's do height. This is the height of the assets manager. This is assets manager height. Let's set it to, I don't know, like this is the height that is like the expanded height. So I don't know, let's just set something to start with, and then the position will be screen H minus the height, so it will be at the bottom of the screen, and then the window size will be screen W for screen height or screen width, and then assets manager height. Alright, and then this is the assets manager. Let's have a title bar. I don't want it to be resizable or movable. It could collapse, no? Okay, and now let's just remove everything else. Alright, so now we should see a menu at the bottom. There we go. There's the assets manager, and we can, oh, right. So when we collide it, it should like move down. Right. So is there a way to see if it is collided? Is window collapsed? So which window will this? I guess we'll find out. So is collapsed, and the window position will be I wonder, like, it's gonna be impossible to know if it's collapsed or not, unless you have like a, we could put a variable here, is collapsed, is false, and then you put it here like this, if, and then the next time this one would be like this is only if we need to call it here, or can we call it up here. It makes no real sense to put it here, because how would it know which window I want to. However, there's a thing here also, like, do we call it while it's in between begin and end, or can we call it, or do we have to call it after end? But yeah, I guess I would assume it's the current window, but I guess we'll find out. So let's see here. Yeah, so if it's collapsed, then the position of the Y, assets manager Y, will be if is collapsed, then it's gonna be screen H minus, and this is gonna be the size of the title bar. So I'm not sure if there's a way to know that size, but I'm just gonna hard code that in right now, and then we're just gonna put this here. Let's actually call this bottom, otherwise this is gonna be assets manager height, and this is screen h minus bottom. Okay. Now let's test this. Oh, got some error here. Right, so this I think complains because this is, oh wait, comp time only known float depends on runtime confirm. Okay, so I think we need to set this to a type, and that solves it. Redeclaration of assets manager. What? I don't think this is an issue. Let's restart the LSP. And yeah, now we don't have a problem. I don't know, sometimes it does that. I'm not sure why. Okay, there we go. Now it works. We need to move it down a little bit though. Like, I don't know, what is it, 4 pixels or something? 28. Okay, let's try 24. There we go. Okay. And yeah, it follows the thing as well. Oh, and I resized the window so it... Okay, well that's fine. Right, so now we have a collapsible thing, like sort of menu down here. And now we can put stuff in here. So what I'm thinking, like in the end, I want to have sort of a button which you can add sort of a location, either a folder or just just files in here. So I think for now I'm just gonna hard code in so that the current sort of directory that you're in is gonna be the source, that you're gonna see all the files that are in the current directory. So how would we do that? Well, I think we want to let's actually make a assets manager sort of struct. Oh, we have the assets library, it's called here. So I started to make something here some time ago. Right, so assets library maybe is a better name. I don't know. Let's see, so we have a bunch of sources, which could be like a list of files. Here we only have like folders for now. So I think we'll go with this, but we don't have a way of like adding sources. We can add it later, but we could have start with the source that is only like the current working directory. And yeah. Let's see, also we're using this fancy thing here, which will not, I don't think, yeah, using namespace is going away, so this thing will have to change, but this basically creates serialized stuff. I forgot how this works because I've not actually used it, I don't think, yet. But never mind that for now. I think it will just be, I don't think we really need to worry about that for now. Let's just remove this to make it, well, let's keep it in comments because I don't remember how to use it. Hey Kenny, what's up? I mean, your name is kind of like AI, like just a name of 4 numbers, and then I'm not accusing you of anything, but do you know? No, I was gonna ask, like, you know, sometimes when you talk to AI bots, you can ask them some weird questions, so they will answer like. But I'm not playing. I'm developing. So maybe I don't know if I want to do that. So, thanks. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, so. Yeah, I was doing this whole serialized thing. I'm not sure if we need that right now. We just need to know. I guess we want to know which folders so that we have, but it's gonna be hard coded anyway for now. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to context, and I don't think we added this here now. So let's actually see if we can. Is this in here? No. So I'll just add it here as well. I guess this pattern will also be removed, but whatever, let's just live with it for now. Okay, so we have that. Let's add the assets library here. Okay. And it's gonna show up as an error here, so asset library. And I'm gonna just initialize this in the main function, so we'll populate this with a hard-coded source folder. So, but for now, I'll just initialize it like this. Okay, and then we'll go to main, and we will, here we already have some hard-coded stuff, like hard-coded stuff. End of hard-coded. Okay, hard-coded is one word, right? Stuff like this. Okay. Here we have assets library. So we will just say context assets library, and then we will say sources. I think we'll just have like add source folder. And I'll just put this, should this be like relative? This is always the problem in, well, Zig is like, I have to remember how to get the current working directory like thing. I guess we could use this. This one actually gets a path, which is the current working directory, but it's allocated. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I guess we could also have this be like relative. It can check if it's relative or not. Yeah, let's just make this easy to work with. So what we'll do is we add a function here called add source folder, and self is assets library, mutable, and we'll say, well, yeah, and the path, which can be relative or absolute, whatever. So then you can use, yeah, we have standard here, so we can use fs file system path, and then is absolute. So then we can check, like, is it absolute or not? And if it's absolute, we can just use it. We can make it absolute. I wonder if there is a thing here for that now. So we can check if it's absolute, then we'll just use the path, but otherwise we need to convert it to an absolute path. And we can use relative, oh wait, well, real path is the thing, I think. Real path returns, or is it wait, real path, what was it? Real path, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Absolute path name expands symbolic links, resolve references to dot. Okay. Well, let's just try it out. Out buffer. Ooh, right. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. The source. So the thing is here. I'm just gonna check. Also, this won't work. I think this. We need to do something like this to make it work. But yeah, we can store the thing in here. Well, we're not storing it in here. We are. Well, we need to have a pointer here. So if we add a thing. I guess we can do it like this instead. If path is absolute path, right? Then we just use it directly, and also when we add a source here. Wait, this is not thing asset source. Yeah, here. So when we create this. We are initializing it. We get an asset source. We also want an allocator. So we'll store it here. And we'll just duplicate it. Wait. Let's say U8 and then folder. And then we'll just this out of memory error. Okay. And then we have a deinitialize that we use to then yeah, just freeing this folder thing. There we go. Okay. And now we can provide any sort of string into that function, and it will just copy it, and you don't have to worry about where it came from or whatever. It's gonna duplicate it, and then you can free it up later. So we will also need a deinitialize on this one now. We don't need allocator because we have it. I guess we don't really need to store the allocator here. We can just. I will still need to get it there though. And then here we need the allocator. Now we need sound assets library. And we're gonna go through all of our sources. And we need to deinitialize the source. And then we also need to save sources and clear and free, since clear and free invalidates all element pointers. So so the difference between just deinitializing this is that this also clears the capacity and stuff. If you only deinitialize, where is it? Here. It will only free the actual thing. It won't reset the length and capacity of the thing, which means that if you try to use it afterwards, it will yeah, it will say, oh, I have this capacity, but it actually doesn't have this capacity. So when you clear, make sure that you so when you want to deinitialize an array list, make sure that you also use this function if you're planning to like use it again afterwards. Anyway, yeah, we don't need to store that. All right. So we have the initialize. Now we also need to call that on the initialize here. So self assets library, the initialize allocator. Well, self.allocator. Okay. Now, so now that we all got that whole deinitialize thing going, and well, now back to this one. So add soldier. So if the path is absolute, then why am I doing that? Then we can just use it as is. So we'll do self sources append. Assume, well, we're not assuming capacity, we are just appending. And right, so we do need an allocator as well. And then the item is going to be assets source init allocator, and we'll use that path. All right. I guess we could do something like this. Assets source. But I'm not gonna do that. Okay. Otherwise, what we'll do is we need to convert this relative path, because that path is relative. So we need to convert it into an absolute path. So we'll get the absolute path from. Now I think you can use real path, and let's just use alloc here, and this is the path name. So that's super easy, but this also returns an error, so we need to catch unreachable that. And now also this one, I think also, yeah, this one also needs to catch unreachable. This doesn't return an error. Okay, anyway, so now we have the absolute path, and now we can simply do this, but with the absolute path instead. What I was thinking is trying to get the thing here, but now we also need to free the absolute path as well. All right. And that's fine, because once we put the path in here, it will actually duplicate it and keep it in asset source. All right, cool. So let's also make sure, yeah, this is a constant, so it's not supposed to be changed. It's just a description of which folder we're talking about. Hello, Elia01. What font is that? One second. I'm not sure how to check this. Well, maybe I have it in. Yeah, one second. Font size. I'm not sure how do you check that in NeoVim? there any sort of font? Or is it in Neovim? Maybe it's maybe it's Western actually. Where am I? Okay, I'll it's this one. I found it. No, not that one. Okay. Where were we here? Let's see. I think it's kind of nice. It's yep, pleasant. I mean, I'm not that big on super customizing stuff, but as long as it's not distracting. Okay. I should probably get rid of the sort of git signs also. It's also distracting me a little bit. Not that much. I never pay attention to it actually, but it's more visual noise that's not really necessary. Maybe even get rid of sort of the bars and stuff. I don't know. Okay, anyway. Well, now that I mention it, I look at the git science stuff more. Okay, well anyway. Yeah, okay, so now we can add a source folder here, and it will add it into the sources list. So now we need a way to get, I think we want to have sort of a temporary state where we load in all the files that are supposed to be in the assets library. So we're gonna have, I guess, items or something, files. It's gonna be like a file explorer. So we're probably just gonna have like the current files that are in there, files and directories, like a file tree. Yeah. And then look sort of like a current directory. So let's just add that file tree, I guess we can have, and then current directory, which I guess could be some sort of index, or I don't know really. Let's make this file tree first. Let's just make it in here for now. I guess this one could also have like the current directory in it. But let's just make this. So we will have a root node. So this would be some sort of node. The node is a tag union, so it could either be a file with let's just put a file name there for now. I guess we could populate it with like the type, and because this is going to be sort of the generated cached sort of data, so we can populate it with all different kind of information that we need, but let's just keep it as a file name for now, like an icon. Like you can populate with a sort of a link to the icon and the type and whatever else you want there. And I will just have a directory also, but let's make these just like this for now. So the root is a node, but it's supposed to be, I guess it's really a directory. So, well, let's just make this a directory here. File. And then we have a file, which is a path. We have a path. Oops. And also a directory with a path. Alright, so we have these. Right, so root is actually a directory. I've had this thing happen before. It's like you want it to be a node because then you can use like generic operations on it, but you also want it to be a directory because that's what it's supposed to be. Let's put it, well, no, let's keep it as a node for now. And then a node, I guess we could provide a function which provides all the paths that it has recursively. So recursive list, or list recursive. And this would return recursive. I mean, sure, why not? Let's try this. This is the easiest way I can think of right now. Another way to do it is just loop through all the nodes imperatively and concatenate a list of that. That would be more optimized as well. Let's just do it like that. I think that's more Zig-like anyway. I think what we'll do is we'll provide a helper function here, which just has list, which will provide a list of, well, no. Or no, let's not do that. Let's do it like this instead. Let's do well, actually, let's do some top-down stuff. So we need a function that will produce, well, actually, yeah, we need a snapshot of the current directory. Actually, maybe we don't populate the entire tree. We only populate the current directory. So we don't really need this actually then in that case. We just need like a directory that is the current directory. And I guess also like a flag if we're at the root or not, maybe. Yeah, one thing that we need for sure is the current like sort of files that are going to be sort of visible in the thing. So I'll just make a or a thing here called current files and directories or something. Yeah, let's just do that. And this will be a file tree.node. It's going to be a list of those, like this, okay? And it's going to be, I mean, it could be a constant. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's just make this constant for now. Okay. And, well, whatever. Now, what we want to do is we want to have a function that is like open directory or set current directory. Now, do we want to specify a path? How do we specify the path here? Also, we need the allocator. How would we specify the path? I mean, I think the easiest is just to specify the path, and then we can check, because now you can produce the path in whatever fashion you want, and we can simply check if the path is valid or not, if it's in one of the sources. So we'll do if is not is valid path, then we need this to be in self, and I believe we don't really need an allocator for this because we can use the strings directly in sources for this. So if we don't have a valid path, we return error, yes. Set library. Well, let's get set current directory error. And this will be just valid path. This needs to be bang void since it returns an error. Right, but if we have a valid path, then right, so now we deinitialize the current thing. But at the start, we don't really have one. So let's make this annullable. That makes sense. The file tree, I'm just gonna remove for now. Right. It's gonna be a bit weird having like a list of sources, because I think it's way easier just to have one folder that you work in, because if you're gonna have multiple sources, what if one is a subpath of the other one? I guess then you would just check that and don't add it. But it's just, you're gonna sort of weirdly merge different things. I guess if it's a folder, you could just add it as a folder in sort of a virtual file tree. I guess you could do it like that. It's nice to have virtual folders anyway, though. But it's way easier to just have a real folder and have the files actually in there. because then you can just use that, so you don't need this whole virtual file tree stuff. So I'll probably go that route instead. However, that means that all the files that you're supposed to be able to find with the assets library are gonna be has to be in that folder, but I guess that's fine though. I think we'll do that instead of having this weird thing here. But I will keep, I want to have, so let's actually just have a root here. And then this is a path. It's just a path, right? And we'll provide the root maybe here. And we will duplicate it. Oops. Root. We'll just duplicate it there. So we don't need sources. And the current thing, we'll populate it when we need to. I don't think we're gonna need this thing. No, let's just get rid of that. Okay. And when we deinitialize, don't really need to do anything there. We do have this one though, so we'll check if we have this. We can free it. And we'll set it to null as well. And so this doesn't make sense now either, but we could how do we want to do this? Like we could have like a set root maybe, or init. Like let's say this one to absolute path, and we don't really need self, we need allocator and the input path. Yeah, and then we just like here we return path. Well, actually we need to duplicate it. Okay, so we're returns newly allocated absolute path from either relative or absolute path. I guess maybe we can use real path for both. What does this do actually? POSIX path. Get FD path. Oh. Isn't this like absolute? Okay, I'll just Google real quick here. Zig relative path to absolute path. Okay, there actually was something that I could look at here. Get full path. Resolve. Oh, there's a resolve. Well, standard file system path resolve. Okay, so resolve. I love the description of this function. On Windows, this is called resolve Windows. On POSIX, it calls resolve POSIX. Okay, but what does it do? Well, I kind of know what it does, but I wanna. This function. It's like a series of CD statements executed one after another. It resolves this, but will not convert relative path to absolute path. Use real path instead. Okay. But that one doesn't say it actually resolves or converts relative path to absolute path. Also, does it convert absolute path, or can you use absolute path? I assume you can. So I think real path is the thing we want to use then. Because this doesn't, it says it doesn't convert relative path to absolute path. Okay. Right, so I think what we then can do is just say maybe we need this then, and then real path alloc. Okay, so what is real path? Can you please explain? Right. This function returns canonicalized absolute path name of path relative to this directory. If path name is absolute, ignores this dir handle and return the canonicalized absolute path. Okay, cool. So you can use this to either provide convert any type of path to absolute path, basically. So I think we'll just return this, and we don't need any of this. We don't actually, so we don't need this at all. We can just use, we don't use duplicate here. We will use current working directory and real path alloc, real path alloc, and the path name is just root. There we go. That solves that whole thing. Okay, cool. That's really useful. So that's this is the way to turn a path into a relative, or a relative path into a absolute path from your current working directory. Awesome. And if you need some other directory, I guess you would have to get this dir struct pointing to the correct place first. Yeah, okay. Okay. And here we actually need we need to do free on root as well. All right. And now valid path should actually be more like easier to check. I don't need this to be a pointer. So we have the path and return a bool. So now there should be path. Is there like valid? Maybe we could check access. I mean, what does valid path mean? It should mean here that it actually exists. So I guess I want a stat. Oops. And then wait, what? How do I specify? Is it files? Is that file? Subpath. So does that path has to be relative? Subpath may be absolute. Oh. So then you can provide paths that are outside. I guess we could say, is there like a start with here? You could do starts with, and we want to check if the path starts with the current, like the directory of this. Well, it's gonna be the root. If it doesn't start with that, we return false. And if it does start with it, we know that it's in the root. So this actually has to be, we actually have to open this path. Yeah, we can't, yeah. So we have to actually do open directory. And let's make it absolute also. We need to make it absolute first. Which was, well, okay, so so now we're kind of in a weird, well, okay, let's open root here. Right, which is root. Okay, yeah. So we'll do that. We'll open that. Not worry about this. We will assume that this will work, so I'll just catch on ritual here. Well, actually, I'll catch this just to log it. Could not open root view. I guess we can turn false, I guess. We should really error out, maybe, from that. This is like a fatal error. So maybe we should just, like, I haven't used this one, panic. Invokes the panic handler function. By default, panic handler function calls the public panic function exposed in the root source file, or if not, there's no specified default panic. So you can use this as a kind of exit with some weird message error or error message, and I guess it will exit the program as well. So I mean, yeah, that's the message from library call calling program's parent function if they exposed one in the root source file. When mixing C and SIG code, calling the canonical panic implementation across multiple .o files. It is generally better to use import stud debug panic. However, panic can be useful to snares. Okay. Well, it's easier to just type @panic. Right, so here you can actually format them as well. Okay, so let's use panic instead. Okay. Cool. Right. So let's now we say we have a root there. Now we can use root there and we stat this file. And this file is supposed to be a... Let's actually rename this to isValid directory. And we'll stat this file. So now path is... Well, we know it's in... Oh yeah, because we can't check this now. Oh, so we get the root there. We get the absolute path. It's gonna be root there, real path, alloc. Path name is path. Okay. So we get this. Now we have the absolute path. Now we want to check if those paths are sort of the same. I wonder if is there a way to check this here? Join relative from to resolve stem. I don't know. I don't think so. So we just check if they start with the same thing. Okay? If they don't, then it's not a subpath of the root path. If they do start with the same thing, then it is a subpath. So now we know that it's a relative path, but let's use this just in case. And then let's just we can catch an error. So what would the error be? I don't think we can get this. So it's open error, stat error. Okay, so there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And I think anything that goes wrong will probably result in a false here. So I'll just catch this error and I will say I just return false, I think. Catch, return false. Right. And then if we get the stat, we want to return stat is kind equals to directory. So right, so we go through all of this, we check if it's in the root there, we check if we check if it's in the root there, we check if it's a directory, if it exists at all. If it goes through all those checks, it's a valid path or a valid directory. Okay. And if it is a valid directory, now we want to read the files from the directory and the directories, and we want to put those in this list. So we basically wanna do this, read directory path. So now we need a function called read directory. We need an allocator because we're gonna create a list of things. We need the path, which again can be absolute or, but now we're assuming assumes that path is valid, is a valid directory, because we're not gonna call that again, and we'll return the list of paths here. Or yeah, now we remove that. Okay, let's actually make this again. So file, so let's do like a node which is a union enum, because then we can add more things to it. So we'll just add this back here. Directory path, and then we can add stuff like type and stuff. And this is a directory. Alright. So we'll do that. And then here now I think we can just loop through. Well, open the directory, so alright. Alright. Now we have that, so we can use that here as well. We'll open it. Okay. Now we can say root beer, and I think we can list where. How do we? Do we have to stat it? How did you go through the files? I know I've done this some iterate. Wait. Iterate. Like iterate, but will not reset the directory cursor before the first iteration. This should only be used in case where it's known that the dir has not had its cursor modified yet. So right, so if this, let's say this is false and we iterate true, I don't want to recursively iterate, I want to just iterate. So let's set this to false and then iterate is true. Okay. So we iterate, right. So we get the iterator. Right? Yes. Now we say while next, and this has a bunch of different things now because it can be different, I guess. But this needs to be mutable. This does not need to be mutable. Okay, and it can get an. It can also be an error. I guess. What type of error? Access denied. So when we're iterating, what are we actually doing here? We get an entry. Well, let's check this entry type. So it's just a name and a kind, so... But I guess it checks access as well, since it can return an error. Memories such as file names referenced in this returned entry becomes invalid with subsequent calls to next, as well as when this... Okay, fine. So basically... Well, we don't get the type here now, but it has... What was it? Name or... Yeah, name. I wonder if it's relative or absolute. I guess we'll find out. Let's just start with printing it out. Log. Okay. Do we need to deinitialize this? No. Okay. We do need to close this thing though, I think. Yeah. We also need to close it here. There we go. Also, this absolute path we need to free up. There we go. Alright. Do we need to deinitialize this? Okay. So we go through all of this. So that's what happens when we read the directory. Well, I guess excuse me. I guess what we could do is we could add the list here. So yeah, let's just do that. Unmanaged, and this is a path, and we'll init with some capacity, and we will append with entry.name, and in the end we return to on slice. Alright. There we go. So we're basically creating a throwaway list here. We are appending it to make sure that we have space for everything with the allocator, and then we return it to on slice. Yeah, we also need to catch mutual here and here. So we are returning it here, which means the owner becomes the one that called this function, and we're setting it here. So we also want to check if we have one already, then we want to free it as well. Okay, there we go. Wait. Yeah, because this is just a list of nodes, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Now I think we're ready to actually try this out and see if we get the correct stuff. So we'll go to main. Oops. And now we don't have this function anymore. We have set current directory. We do have, let's go context assets library. So I'm, yeah, the thing is here, I think if this should be nullable or not. So we're providing root here. Let's just do this for now. Here. Yeah, let's just do this for now. And we will defer. And this will be allocator free root there. Because it's gonna get copied into here, so we don't need to keep it around. So that's the path to the current working directory. There we go. Okay, so now we should have that, and we set the current directory to root, and yeah. Oh wait, we're only iterating through the root here. That's right. So what we want to do is we want to get the subdiv or the target div, which is going to be open directory, and then the path. What if this is an absolute path? Okay, I don't know. Let's just try this out. And here we need iterate through sub. Wait. What was it called? It's false. We actually don't need root there now, so. Close that. So we'll just assume that this works because we've checked before if this is a valid directory, so we don't really need to check that again. We're closing the root here as well. We could actually close root there right here if we want. But let's do this because there could be some, yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. But then the iterate and stuff, we don't really need this here. Okay. And let's make this mutable. Is valid path needs allocator. Redirectory also needs allocator, I think. And what's going on here? So you, right, so you're just returning the path. Let's return nodes. And this is a list of nodes now, and we're gonna append, yeah, so we're gonna check here, so so we'll do wait. Node is equal to switch entry kind. If it's a file, then we will get a node.file. No, we will get a node which is equal to path entry.name. Right. And then if it's a directory, then we get a directory with a path. Okay. I'll add this node there. And this needs to be a var, apparently. And then it should be the same. Right, so I'm just gonna catch. Can I continue in there? No. I'm just gonna catch unreachable. That might be really bad, but we'll see. Switch must handle all possibilities. Right, so if it's something else, we don't care. Well, we just actually we continue. We don't want it. There, and target. Right, this needs to be a thing, and this also needs to be mutable. All right. Now this can be an error, so this could be invalid directory, so we'll just catch. Actually, let's just catch unreachable here because this is a special case, or yeah, a hard-coded thing. So all right, here we have project which actually has the assets library in it. All right, so we actually did like this, and then we serialize the project. So I think what we'll do is we'll just not have the project for now. We will just say anything which is the project is gonna get nuked here. So I will just ignore the project, and there we go. Now our problems vanished, and we can try and start this now. And we can see it's white, so that means it crashed. And let's see what happened. So is valid directory actually crashed here? Attempt to unwrap error, invalid directory. Oh, so it's an invalid directory apparently. Interesting. Why? Okay, yeah, did it write anything out? Why it's not a valid directory? So okay, let's log this out. It's not a valid directory. Does not start with. So absolute path is not a valid directory. Does not start with self.root. The stat thing. So if it doesn't say anything now, I think this is probably the issue here. we get the panic anyway. Well, let's do this. Not valid directory. Could not stat. And I guess we'll catch the error. To path error. Okay, let's try that. Oh, we get an error. No. Let's try again. Okay, here we go. It's not a valid directory, could not stat, error is directory. Oh. So should we just try with open directory instead? Okay, let's just try with open directory, I guess. Could not open. Okay, so we're trying to open it as a directory. That should check the same thing. If it's not a directory, I guess it will complain that it's not a directory, and we will close it off as a good citizen, and then we will return true at the end since it passed all the things. And there's some issues here. Expected 2 arguments. Oh. So we do not need to access the subpaths. Okay, still crashing and burning. Access denied. Okay, interesting. Double check there was open with the iteration ability. Interesting wording there. Yeah. Access denied. So I guess if it's access denied, we... Okay, I guess we'll handle this error somehow. One second, there's someone at my door. Alright, now we're back here. So, what were we doing? Right, there's an error here, let's catch it. I want to... I mean, I want to sort of ignore that, so let's actually just do while true we do entry is equal to next and catch continue. I will catch the error and I will print it out. Could not iterate directory. Could not iterate path. And the path is... Well, we don't really know the path actually. Iterate path. We don't know the path because we're not getting it here. Which is kind of strange. Is it stored here? It might be stored here somewhere. But whatever. Let's just paste the error and then we continue. Okay, so now this should always result in an entry. Oh, it's nullable as well. So it's also nullable. Oh yeah, it's nullable because if it's not nullable, so what we'll do is or else we break. Okay, cool. Now it's an entry. So when the result is null, the iteration is done. So we will, or the iterator is done. So we break out. Okay. Now let's try this. Oh, got an error. And oh, right, there we go. Now let's try. Okay, still got some crashing going on. Error, could not iterate path. Access denied. Index out of bounds. Where does that happen? Wait, so if it results in an error, can we even continue? Is that that might be the issue here? It's like, yeah, it couldn't iterate, so it just fails. Which kind of, the only thing I want is like the list of files in the directory. Like that doesn't seem too hard to do, right? So stat, the stat can that actually get us where we want? What does this return? Node kind. Yeah, this is just an enum. No. I mean, let's just zig read all files in directory. Open iterable there? What? That's not a thing, is it? that's not a thing. Is this like an AI generated article? Okay. I hate the internet nowadays. You know, it's like you want, or I mean, it's always been a problem with misinformation, but now you get like, yeah, you can do this, and then it turns out it's like a AI generated article, and it puts it off as a real thing. Or maybe it's like an old version of Zig or something. Okay, anyway, get comp time list of items within a folder. Is that even possible? I mean, you can generate code. Oh, so you can also do like this. To get the root directory, you can do OS. No. You can't. Oh, did they remove that? Get current directory, so you can do it like this. Okay, so maybe they removed that also. Open iterable, that used to be a thing, I guess, but now it's an option instead. And then they just iterate. Okay. Is there another way to read the files? Do you have to use the iterator? Or how can I use it correctly? It just tries it, and if it fails, it... Like, why is it access denied? What is actually happening? Like, I just want the list, like the file names. I don't want to access the thing. I don't want to try access. I just want the file name. Maybe there's like a thing here. Reach. No. Yeah. So I'm just gonna assume that if there's an error, this won't work. So well, let's do this. We get the entry here, and let's catch the error, and we'll return. Well, actually, we will panic, or is there like panic snippet? No. could not iterate path. Let's try and read out the path as well, because I think if you do... we do have this, and this has a bunch of different things. We have the directory, but maybe not... What is index usize? Buffer, maybe buffer? Let's try that. And like yeah, I get entries. I don't know. Let's just see what it is. Wait, where did we go? And it's like 1,000 though, so it's gonna like, okay, whatever. So panic, yeah, that's just it, because we're not gonna go anywhere with this anyway. Okay, and then we can remove this. Could not iterate path, and then buffer is like empty. Access denied. I guess let's do path, and then in parentheses name data. I'm not sure. I mean, that's just how big is this? Name max 255. Oh. Windows, okay, ×3, right. Well, let's just see what it says. Could not iterate path dot. Oh, it's empty as well. Can we not get whatever path it was supposed to do here? Cookie. Okay, whatever. Let's also say real path alloc. Yeah. Let's see what it says. Is it because I don't have access subpaths? Like, do I need to have both of them true? It's like, I don't want this to be recursive. True means the open directory can be used as the dir parameter for functions which operate based on an open directory handle. When false, such... Okay, which operations are that? True means the open directory can be scanned for the files and subdirectories of this result. It means the iterate function can be called. So, okay, I don't know. Let's try it and see if this fixes it. No. I haven't had this much problem with this before. Could not iterate path. Yeah, we get the same issue here. This is... Where is... Is this Windows or what is this? Haiku? Query directory file. So it does put the buffer in, which I assume would be to copy the file name. File. So handle event. So we got three things: handle, event, APC, routine, APC context. All those are null. IO status block. After that we have file information and then length file information class. So it's just file information is just random bytes. It might be a struct of some kind. File name. We have file name. Oh, it just discards the file name. Or okay, so we cannot get the actual file name. We do have the handle, but that's the dir handle. Oh, so maybe you can provide a file name that you want to query or something. I don't know. But then it says restart scan event. What is this file handle though? I guess everything is a file though, but so it does a query for each thing, I think. Here it says while true. The index is more than equal to self and okay. I feel like I'm doing something that I'm not supposed to do, like looking at all this stuff. I just wanted to see if there's any. Why do I get access denied here? So weird. Well, this one, I guess, doesn't really matter. Why am I not getting auto completion for this? No follow. Symlinks. I don't think there's any symlinks. Why? Walk. What does this do? Recursively iterates over a directory. Okay. Right. And iterate. Well, it doesn't even have a description. I'll try and Google here. So sig dir iterate access denied. Whoops. Wait, what? Oh. Oh my god. I'm calling on root dir and not target dir. Okay. So, what? Wait, it just returns iterator now. What? Okay, so you got the dir, and when you call next, it's just gonna fail because of access denied or something. Okay, whatever. Yeah, let's test this now. That was okay. Total blunder. I mean, it might not actually work now anyway. Okay, there we go. Wow, that was a lot of time just wasted on that. Okay, so here we got all the files in here. Cool. Now we are only interested in some of these files. So I think what we want to do, maybe even do like a project. Do we want to do a project thing now? I mean, a project is basically just going to be a folder, and then you can have configuration files inside that folder. So a project is not a file, it's a folder. If we go to projects, now this one should have a root. Let's just do this. Fine. We have a root, open documents. We don't store that in here. Okay. so that's fine. We have the assets library. This one also provides root. We could have the root in there. That should be fine. And serialized. Right. We are not serializing the project. The project does not need to be serialized. The only thing we need for a project to be serialized is the root folder, basically, which is in the assets library. So, but we do want a deinitialize function. Okay. There we go. Now let's head over here and we will have a project now. And the assets library will not reside here. We will instead use project. This one needs root there. There we go. And we want to initialize the project. Current project. There we go. All right. So now we have that. And current project. There we go. Now we should be able to start it and see still all the files and stuff in there, so that's good. Now current projects is nullable. So actually we will just say this starts out as null. If you don't have a project, I think we'll automatically, like after we've restored the session, if we don't have a project, then we will call open project or new project maybe. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could either open a project or have a new project. Yeah. So let's do that in the layout instead. Let's also not do this. We'll keep this just for convenience right now. Let's go to layout. Yeah, this makes sense. So if here, let's do if we don't have current project, then we want to show so wait. Yeah, this is gonna be null. Yeah. Anyway, the menu, this is gonna be if we don't have a current project. If we have a current project, do this for now. Otherwise, we will do well, I guess no project open menu. Like this would be like the startup menu, startup sort of dashboard. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, let's just call it this. Fine. And then we actually don't have an assets manager either. We'll put that in here. That's only for actual when we actually have a project open. Okay. And this would also only happen if we actually have a current project open. All right. Now let's make this menu. So no project open menu. And I basically want just a couple of buttons in the center or something. So let's just begin with no project opened menu. But I'll hide the title. And it's not resizable. It's not collapsible. What else can we do here? No background. I guess you can do that as well. Well, it doesn't really matter, whatever. I mean, sure, no background, true. No move, true. I mean, it doesn't have a title bar, so I don't think you can move it anyway. Okay. There we go. So we'll do that. And right, so now we can add, I think, 2 buttons. So we have new and I want this to be like large buttons, so we'll have them there. Now if you click new, I want to basically set the state to be, now we're showing sort of new project dialog. So you're gonna save it, or you're gonna create a folder for it. So it's basically, we want to call new project. And then we have another button here, which is open new project, open project. I want them to be on the same line as well, with some spacing. Wait, is there a function called open project? No? Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Right. Now we need to define these functions. So we'll go to context and we'll add new project. project. And open project. But we will just... I mean, they're basically gonna do the same thing. Almost. I guess new project will sort of maybe populate with some stuff, I guess. I don't know. You'll basically select a folder. So which uses NFT. Yeah, so maybe let's, yeah, it's nullable. Maybe folder is equal. I mean, we're just gonna return. Well, actually, this will be, so we need an NFT here. Open folder dialog. Okay, so there's a specific one for folders, so that's nice. Default path is gonna be self default path. And it can be an error, so let's just catch return null. If we have a folder, we want to free it with this one, and we want to return this. We need, well, we do have allocator, so we want to return, we want to dupe this folder. Alright. Otherwise we return null. Okay, so we can actually do this folder, so we catch it, or else. So if you look at the type now, the type is actually nullable, so you can do or else return null as well, which will make it, wait, it's supposed to make it not nullable. There we go. Oh, maybe it thought that this was one expression. Okay, but now it's not nullable. You can see at the bottom there. And so we don't need to check like this, and we don't need to, yeah, so now we know that it's gonna return null if it doesn't, if this, the result of this is null, or if it's an error. And then this, yeah, and then we know that folder is something, but we need to free it with NFT free path own sort of thing, because it's like a C library or whatever. And then we just duplicate it and we return that. So we will get a folder out from this now, and we can actually put self allocator free folder. So what do we want to do here is we want to, so we're selecting a folder. The folder has to exist in this case because we're using the operating system to get the folder. So we know that it exists. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say current project is equal to project initialize, and the root is the folder. And I think it's always gonna be like a absolute. And here we will say or else return. So it's not gonna nothing's gonna happen if the folder is null. Okay. Now, yeah, and we'll I think we basically do the same thing here. Right now, it might be it might diverge in the future when we have like different things happening depending on you click new project. Maybe you select from a template or something. But for now, it's gonna be the same thing. So now these actually exist, and we do have an issue here. Current project initialize. Oh, so if we have a project, we want to initialize it, and we also set it to. There we go. Oh, got some other errors. Oh, this needs to be a mutable. Okay. All right. So now we get these two buttons here, but they are, well, for one, they are kind of small. I will enhance size, like button size. It's gonna be, let's make it like this. Okay. Oh, and also the window size, let's say set that to be whatever the screen size is. So yeah, position is 0. I'm just gonna do this so nothing weird will happen. Okay, so now it should be like sort of maximized. Okay, but the buttons, I want them to be sort of in the middle. So how would we do that? I think we can say set next, like cursor. Can we set the cursor position, screen position? Okay, so is this like absolute and this is more like local? I'm not sure. Yeah, let's just use, I mean, it's gonna be maximized anyway, so I don't think it matters now. But let's do this. So this will be like over 2, screen height over 2, but it's also offset by button size over 2, and I think let's try that. Okay. Right, so the width, so we need to make sure the width is all of those things. So we'll do button size times 2 and then plus the spacing. Let's increase the spacing a little bit as well. Oh, minus, but then also it didn't seem to work. Okay, now it works. Okay, cool. So now they are centered as I wanted them to be. and you click on these and it will open up the file dialog, except it crashes, so great. Illegal instruction at address. Interesting. Yeah, something weird happens here, so I'm gonna try and I'm gonna log out the default path. All right. Click on that, it will crash. I will check the default path. That looks okay. Wait. Yeah, so okay, I'm just gonna try and put null in here for now. Let's see if that works. That does work, and it does actually default to current working directory, so I will just keep that. Okay, fine. Interesting, because I don't think the other one did that. I think the other one actually got you to, like, if you do open file. Oh, this needs like a filter. If you do this, I believe it didn't open the current working directory. Oh, it does. Okay. Okay, so we don't even need this default path thing. So let's just get rid of that real quick. And no, so we'll remove that. Yeah, and we'll remove this. And we will say no instead. Right. Okay. I also think I have to go to these file path, open file. Okay, we'll bother with that when we come across that. Anyway, wait, this is the editor. We are in context, that's right. Here we go. So we open that, we do folder, open folder dialog, folder dialog. Okay. But kind of weird that it failed when you provided a path that seemed to be fine. So I don't know. But now we got these two sort of buttons here, so we can either do a new project or open an existing project, which both do the same thing. So now if we do open project, and I will, or new project, now I'll create a new folder. Let's call this project, and we'll make a test project in there. Select that folder. So now we have that folder as a test project folder. And as we can see, we don't get any files in there, but okay, so that's cool, because now we can go to the next stage, which is to be able to add new assets. So let's do that. Let's go to layout, and we're done, basically done with this menu. Now we need to go to the assets manager. So now we need access to the context. Right. So well, we need to do a couple of things in here. We need to list all the files, but we also need to add a button to be able to create new assets. So I will just have a plus button as the first sort of item in here, which feels like the easiest thing for now, and then we can think about where to put it later, but I just want to get this working right now. So I'll just put a plus in there and make this sort of this size. Let's have this, let's put an icon size 32. All right, and then if this is clicked, then we wanna sort of open a dialog or menu of sorts that you create a new thing. So maybe it's like a context menu. Begin pop-up window. Maybe. And pop-up. Okay. So that would, now I think, oh. I think this would just show up like one frame and then disappear. Like while this is true, it will show it. So we have to have some sort of state that makes it always open. Right, and we need to also store, let's do this right now. So we need to store the open project in the session. So we have create editor session. Current project. I will just store the root file there for now. I don't think we need it to be a null, like a zero terminated though. So let's just do that, right? And then current project is equal to, if we have a current project, then it's gonna be, wait, why am I not seeing this? Okay, well, it's gonna be the assets library dot root. Otherwise this is null. Yep. do we copy it over as well, or I don't think we really need to do that because it's gonna stringify, yeah. It's gonna write it out immediately, so we don't need to like copy the string or whatever. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, so now it should create the session, but we need to restore it as well. So we are getting all this fancy stuff, and here we need to check, do we have current project? Then we want self current project equal to project initialize allocator and p is root. There we go. Okay. Now let's open this up and we'll make a new project. This is the project. Oh, it remembered the last thing. That's interesting. Is that like an... So that's like an operating system thing then. Okay, and now if we quit, we look at the session file. Now you can see it stored the path here. And if we open up again, it will load the same project. So now the session, yeah, is restored. Cool. Right. Oh, it crashes. Interesting. Well, okay. I'm gonna have to read up on how to make this context menu. So let's go back to, let's do Assets Manager. So maybe it's the end pop-up thing that's the problem. I don't know. This just returns a bool. Begin pop-up. Maybe you have to do begin pop-up instead. Close current pop-up. Right, I think it's gonna be begin pop-up. String ID. So this would be new asset. Flags. Okay, let's forget about the flags for now. I think, is there a way to, I think if it's open, it's like, it's if you're in this if will actually not be, it shouldn't be in this if. This if should set a bool, which then you check the bool like if context is new asset pop-up visible, then you do this, I think. But let's just see what happens if we try to do, oops, if we try to do this, because I'm curious. I think it will just show up and then disappear like an instant, or it will just crash. Why is it crashing? Assertion failed. Window flags. So it has to have the pop-up flag? What? Or I don't understand. Is it this one? Like defer? Let's just do this and see. No. Interesting. What kind of flag does it want to have? I don't understand. Like if there's a flag that it needs to be in some way, it should automatically do it itself. What was the error? Oops. Window flags pop up. Search failed. Can I go here? I have to change. Oh, there's like a enter thing here. Error executing. Let's change out all these because it cannot handle these things. There we go. Now, what line was it? 12,000. End pop-up is failing in, and right, interesting, because we are calling it after begin pop-up. So do we have to call this the context window as well, or I don't understand. I have to check this in the documentation. So I mean another problem, I mean, I like Imgui very much, but the documentation is basically non-existent as far as I've seen. So every time I try to go and check how do you do this, it's like, yeah, it's self-documenting or whatever. I don't know. I mean, there is some documentation, but let me just see here. And also there's some weird like versioning problems as well. Some versions have, like this version has like different functions as well compared to other versions of Ingui, so it's like it's not also sometimes you get help for another version which does not match at all with this version, so, and there doesn't seem to be any equivalent of some of the functions in this version. But I'm just gonna search for begin pop-up and see whatever they are doing here. Open pop-up. Oh, I see. So, wait. Oh, so you're supposed to do, okay, so you're supposed to do it like this. You have if, and this means, like, this doesn't work as other ifs. This if means, or this, the return value here determines if the pop-up is actually open or not. So you have to put the end in there. Okay, and that, well, it's kind of good because you don't now need to keep the state of the open pop-up, because what you do is you say this and then you provide the ID, so Ingui will keep track of that. So that's actually kind of nice. Here you can actually put a bunch of stuff as well. Oh, and then you can say it will only activate on this. Do I have to? No, I don't have to do anything. Wait, what does this actually mean? Because we already want to open it. It doesn't return anything. I'm not sure what those things mean. No reopen, no open, no over existing pop-up, no open over items. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Okay. Anyway. So we don't need this state here. So that's nice. That's really nice actually. Let's try this out now. Okay, so that opens a little pop-up there, and you can even sort of close it by clicking outside. So that's awesome. That's really nice. That's very, very good. If we do, let's do a defer here and see if that works. It does. It's not really a big deal, I guess, but yeah. Okay, so that doesn't crash the thing. So now we can put a bunch of items in here. But I'm not sure if we need. We can. I guess we could put anything. Put anything in here. Begin pop-up context item. I'm not sure what this means either. So I think I need to read up on this a little bit more. So yeah, because you can put anything in here potentially. So it's just like a normal window. It has very specific like functionality bound to it. So I'm gonna try and just putting some stuff in here. So here we basically want to have a list of types of assets that you can add. Right now we only have well, we have 3 different. We have scenes, tile maps, and animations. I'm gonna start with tile maps because that's sort of what you start with in this sort of workflow. So I'm gonna start with that. So let's just make this as simple as possible for right now, and we might sort of abstract it or whatever later. So we're gonna have a button, I guess, which is gonna be time map, and then the width is gonna be like, can we get like pop item width? Oh, push and pop item width. Okay. Set next item width. Right. So I wanted to get sort of the size of window. Get item rect size. Which item? So let's just get the window size and access the 0 from there. Height, I don't really. Let's just do 24, I guess. Okay. So if you click this button, we want to create a new tile map. So we'll basically. Okay, now we need the context. And do we just say new tile map, or do we do that in the project? Let's just put it here and we'll, yeah, it doesn't matter right now. I just want this to work here. So let's just do new tile map. That will in turn open up. Well, I'll just show you here. So we'll go to the context here and we'll say new tile map. Now this one we will get a file name. Well, actually it will just show up at the root level, right? Yeah. So we don't even need to get a file name. Well, we do want to provide a name. We could provide like a default name, and then the user can maybe there could be like a dialogue. Does a dialogue work the same way as the pop-up? Like, let's say we have, is there like a dialogue, or I guess we could use pop-up as well. No, not open pop-up. Yeah, I guess we can do pop-up. And this will be new town map. And then even the syntax highlighting it distracts me now with like, because I was noticing here like there's no error reporting, but the syntax highlighting like if like I did disable from before, I disabled like virtual text or whatever it's called, like in here it shows up like big red letters here that pops up all the errors that pops up along the way you're trying to work and focus. So I disabled that in order to be able to focus better on the task at hand and not fix this lingering stuff in between, because it takes a lot of focus, and I feel like I can focus better without that. And here is, and I think it's just funny. It's like even without that, I can see now that the syntax is wrong here. So I know that there's some sort of syntax error or something that makes it. I don't know how to highlight this now because there's some syntax error. So I know that there's an error. So I just looked for what the error is and I fixed it because it was getting my attention and my focus. So even those things, but I don't think I want to disable syntax just for that, because the syntax, I mean, I could try it, but I mean, I don't know, I'm so used to having syntax now, so I don't know if that's a good thing to disable. I could try it, but that would also make it maybe horrible to look at. I don't know, for presentation purposes as well. So I would just have to live with that. It's not a huge deal. There's a bunch of things that can take my focus anyway. So anyway, okay, so my idea here is that we will have like I mean, just a input, a text input, and no label, so the buffer needs to be stored somewhere. We don't really have a buffer right now for that. It would be nice if they could provide with a buffer for each like ID, so you don't have to have your own buffer, because right now I'm not sure if I actually need it. I guess I could just have one in here, so we'll just have like a reusable text buffer. let's just do that. Okay, let's get rid of this. So this one will be, whoops, reusable text buffer. What else do we add? Flags. I don't think we need any flags right now. Okay, so this returns a bool. I'm not sure when exactly it. Oops. Yeah, we have this one. If right. So it just modifies the buffer, I guess, but I do want to check when we're done as well. Can we do that? I guess we could just add a button. So create, I guess, whatever. And if that is called, then we want to close that. We also want to say so actually what we do here is we don't call this, we call open pop-up new time map. And I guess we can have a label new time map. And yeah, and then here we actually do new time map, and we can provide this thing, and I believe standard library has a thing with slice. There's some yeah, this one slice 2 maybe takes an array, pointer to an array, sentinel and terminate pointer, or a slice and iterates searching for the first occurrence of n, returning the scan slice. If n is not found, full length. Yeah, so it's basically you can take a zero terminated string, but if you know that the slice that you're working with has the full capacity and you only want a slice that goes to the end, you can use this one. So let's, because this one is like 256 length, but you only want the slice that goes to the where the 0 is, so you can use slice 2 to get that. And here we can use context reusable text buffer, but we need to make it a pointer. And the end is a 0. And yeah. So we call new time map. This will in turn create the time map, put it in the asset library with a new name, and possibly also we could decide if we want to open this asset directly or if we just want to put it in the asset manager. But technically now we should get that. So we get the name. I wonder if we are in like a specific directory in the assets manager. Well, we'll fix that later. So right now you can only create things in the sort of first directory, in the root directory. So the idea here now is that this function will create a new tile map, put it in the assets library. It can even update the assets library sort of cache as well. It will create a file as well. So let's grab the target directory. It's going to be, we're just gonna assume that we have a current project. We're gonna grab this, we're gonna get the root. So we can open the root. Yeah, let's do that. And we'll defer, this needs to go there. Close. Okay. And we will, so this will become a pattern for all different files. So we're gonna generalize this later, but let's put it in here for now. And now we need to create a file. So we need a file name, which is gonna be the name plus the extension, and we can get the extension from like the document thing. So this is gonna be, I mean, we could use concat. This will be name and then document. Maybe it's document that has to get file extension. The tag is tile map. Alright, so now we have the file name. Well, yeah, we have the relative file name to the target directory. So now we get target directory, we can do open file. Subpath is file name and flag. We will check out the flags. So read only, we need it to be not read only, look, blah blah blah. Okay. So the flags is gonna be mode read write, I guess. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, read write. So, well, we don't really need to read it. If it already exists, then we need to catch this error as well. So let's do catch already exists. But we open the file. Let's just catch error could not open file. Oops. And it's gonna be file name. Is this a panic? No, it's not a panic. It's just a failed attempt. So we don't have a way of like showing an error message or whatever. We're probably gonna just add that later. I think we could just add, or we could actually just add it now, I guess. So we could have error message. Well, let's just make it a buffer, I guess. Okay. And is error dialog open. Okay, and then we'll have a function called show error message. Well, I guess we could have a format here. Format args. And so this will be standard format of print z to self.error message. Format is format. Oh yeah, it needs to be comp time as well. And args is args. And self is error message. Is this open? Is true. Okay. And then we go to layout and we go to the top here. So I think we'll just do at the end of this, we'll do if context is error message blah 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 open. We just make a thing in the middle of the screen. So it doesn't need to be in the middle of the screen, I guess, but let's do begin. Is there a way to just begin a small thing? No, I don't think, I guess not. So let's just do begin, and this is the error message. Flags. I guess there's a P open. All right, so we can, so you don't have to do this if, you do this and then end, and then this is gonna be context is error message open. There we go. And then we have flags is gonna be something there. Okay, flags, and we have like, I guess we don't really need any flags, maybe. Okay, there. Right. Oh, I accidentally quit out. Okay. And in here we will do so actually, do you need to put stuff in the if? Am I just being strange when it comes to this? You have to put stuff in the if, right? No, we're not even checking if here. But if it's like, if it's not open, then we don't want to do a whole bunch of stuff in there, right? Well, let's just do it anyway and we'll see. So what we need here is we want to have just a message, so it's just gonna be text, maybe colored, red. F32, so it's like one, I guess. Format is just S and context error message. There we go. All right. So now we have a way to show error messages. Cool. Now, right, so back to this part. We open the file, we want to defer closing it as well. Okay. So, oh yeah, and also if there was an error, we want to show that error. Like this. I think we'll log it as well so that so we have a running log of everything that went wrong as well. So format and parts. So we log it and we show it as a message box. Let's just catch a reach one here. Yeah. All right. So now, right. So we are showing the error, and okay. Now, if we can open the file and we can write to it, then we just want to, yeah, we just want to initialize a new tile map and basically save it right away. So we want to make a document and save it basically. So this is going to be the tile map. This is going to be the document. Okay, and then we wait. We need to set the file path and the content. So actually, this will not be nullable anymore. We're gonna get the file path here. This is gonna be. Let's just do this. Do we? I don't think. Take ownership of this. I mean, now we're taking ownership. Yeah, sure. Let's start with that. And the content also. Well, it's not necessarily filled with any sort of content. It's just filled if we want to load it up, right? But in case of saving an empty thing, we actually want to populate it. So let's say we yeah, let's make a function that is like new content or something. I don't know. New content. And we need the tag. We also need self document. Oops. Okay. And this will just populate. This will just initialize with a new thing. So content is equal to so this one is like document content, so this will be document content, initialize. Oh yeah, we need an anchor of course, and we also need a tag here. So let's do, let's call this document type. It's what it is there. We also need the allocator. There we go. Okay, so now we're setting that, and then we can save after that. So we'll initialize the document. We need to put the file name now in here. This file name, I think, has to be absolute, I'm pretty sure. No, it doesn't. But here we actually do a bad thing. So I think we actually want this to be absolute. Now instead we don't do this. We do absolute. Okay. And same with this. Well, this is already absolute. Okay. And actually, why does it even provide a file name? Because we already have a file name on the thing. So yeah, so we can just do self.filepath. Right? And open is the same issue. Well, it's actually not the same issue, because here we're opening like a new thing entirely, but I think this is not how it's gonna work now, because we're gonna, yeah, let's just leave this for now. So we'll always have the file path. The content will be populated down here, and that's all it does. And then in here we're initializing it, and the file path, now it needs to be absolute. So this is actually gonna be absolute file path. So this is gonna be target directory real path alloc, and this is file name. Alright, and then we just put this in there, and we get a document, and then we say document new content, and the content tag is timeline, and this needs to be mutable now. So now we have that. Now we can say save. Actually, yeah, so we're saving here. We don't need to open this file here. We don't need to do this. Right. So let's remove this. However, we do want to catch this error and show error now. Could not save document. And we have absolute file path, and we have error. Okay. So now, and then, so we have the the document is, this is kind of like a free floating document now that we actually need to either, yeah, we need to put it in like a resource management system now, or document manager or whatever. Some sort of container for the documents, which we don't really have right now. I think we can just add it here though. We have open editors, because we don't have a way to store the documents right now. So I think what we'll do is we'll just say documents, and we'll make this here. Okay. And we will just make this same thing. Yep. And actually, we need to deinitialize this as well. Also, is there a better way? Clear and free. Okay, let's use clear and free instead. Yeah, there we go. Properly doing that. Okay. Right. So now we have a place to actually store the things. We can request documents from here, although I want more functionality around that, sort of loading documents and loading the dependency of documents and stuff like that. But this is a start. So what we can do with this document now is we can actually store it in the thing. What if we couldn't save it? Then I think we actually want to just delete it. Like, we don't want it either. So we'll do this. We'll do document deinitialize and then return. So we didn't actually create it. Okay. Now this file name though, we also want this to be freed up. Alright. There we go. So okay, but if we did manage to save it, so now it's permanent. Now we want to store it in the documents thing. We're gonna put this in here. We're gonna assume something, not capacity. No, let's just put it there. The key is the absolute file path. The value is document. There we go. And we just catch a ritual there. Or should we catch something there? Let's just do this properly. Now that we have a proper sort of error message thing, it should also be better. Could not store document in... Could not store document, I guess, in hashmap or whatever. And if we can't do that, we also want to deinitialize as well. Actually, we could do it here. We could do error defer. Now this this only happens when something errors, I think, because then we want to deinitialize this. Yeah, so now we don't need to call this over here, although it's kind of sort of, you don't really, it's kind of magical. You don't really see exactly where it happens, but you know that, okay, whenever there's an error, this is supposed to happen. So it's like a double-edged sword, I guess. But it's could be nice. Okay, in this case, it's just very simple here. but now, okay, so now we are saving it as a file. We are putting it in our list of documents where we sort of store the content of the documents in zig struct form. And the assets library is basically just a list of files that we look at. So its job is basically just cache whatever data we need to show in the assets library list. So now we should be able to actually, if we can launch this, okay, so we do get some errors here. So, right. Oh, it's not equal to null. There we go. And we have a bunch of places now where we need to fix this. So we do always have a file path now, so we will just free the thing. There is a pattern where you set it to undefined, and in some way the compiler sees this and it makes some sort of decision. I don't know what that is, so I'm actually not gonna do that, but I know that that is a thing that exists, but I haven't looked into it. Free self-defined, yeah. Unable to resolve comp time value. Right. So what? So tag is comp time. This should also be comp time, right? This is comp time. Everything here is comp time. What is it that it can't do here? And this file path is, of course, like that. I wonder if we even need it to be that now. Like, why did we need it to be 0 center now? Is it because we want to use it in the layout, maybe? Probably. Okay, let's just keep it like that, because it's better to have it as 0 terminated than not. So, however, it means that this won't work, because there is no function that allows us to get a 0 terminated absolute path. So we have to do a weird thing now here. So we actually have to do absolute path is Z, and then allocated. Well, we can use this tube Z. I wish there was more integration with the more sort of writers and stuff, because then you could use maybe a writer instead of doing this weird thing. That would be maybe a cleaner pattern, because it feels like a lot of the things in the standard library is like made by different people or something. It's like why is there no sort of thing to use this with a writer? It just returns a string. Like, why is there no version? There usually is a version for 0 terminated stuff, but for this one specifically, there is not. And also, there's no version for the other types of real path function. It's just for the one type. So, I mean, it's easy to write your own function. This is very straightforward, but it's like, yeah. Anyway, rant over. So this one, U8. I don't mean to complain, but it's just it was just an observation that it feels sometimes like different parts of SIG is written by like different people, or yeah, it feels like it's not sort of conform. But I guess that's, you know, it's an early development, so I shouldn't complain really. So anyway, it will well, luckily it will actually, every time you say something about SIG right now and it's like, oh, it's like this and that, it's gonna improve, and they're working on it real hard. So it's like, even the next milestone here is 0.14.1. It's 98% complete, and it was not long ago that they did 0.14. So they are moving very fast, which is awesome, because it means that hopefully the language will live long, and it will be good. Okay, let's hope, at least, because it's a really fun language. I really love this language. Unused local constant. Yes. So is that the only error here now? We need to catch unreachable as well. So we're duplicating that. We also need to free absolute 5. Okay. Are we not? Oh yeah, because we are supposed to take ownership of it here. So this one takes ownership of it, so we don't need to free it. There we go. All right. Let's see. So we still have some errors. We have a lot of errors, actually. Wait, what's this? Expected union type, error union type find void. Okay. Well, that's good, I guess. Wait, but that's no field, memory function, name, serialized in documents, seen documents. Oh. Excuse me. Right. So, document time, app document. Did we add those things in here, or because we have serialize here, and that's the only thing we need really. So actually, we can just call .document.serialize. Expected type, document content found, document. Where does it expect? Where? What? This returns a document? Oh. Wait, what? But it doesn't return a document, I don't think. It returns document content, right? Unable to resolve. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Error union, yeah. So now we get an error union here. So this is an error. Let's do try. And now we get error union is ignored here. So let's do try there. There we go. Okay. What about this? Okay, unable to resolve com time value. Let's actually try and save to see if this disappeared now. No, it didn't. Okay. Expected enum union type found document. This is in tag. Tag. Is it this one? Yeah, it found. No. Where are we? Wait, what? This does make sense. Where are we calling this? We're only calling it here, so I don't know. Oh, now that works, but this complains. So T, we're passing in this, which is not document. What? It has to be like a caching issue, right? Let's just restart LSD. Save here. Okay, now we get this. What's happening? Oh, it might be called from somewhere else. I guess it might be called from here as well. Yeah. Field tag. Active tag. Yeah, okay. So okay, let's go to our problem here. No, not that one. Here. Get file filter tag. So I don't know what's happening here. Unable to resolve content value. Right, this is comp time. Do we do this or comp time function? I don't know. Expected function. Okay. Can we do comp time here? Okay. Do we do comp time here? No, it's redundant, so it should already be comp time. I don't understand. I don't understand right now. You cannot resolve the comp time value. Like, if we pass in a non-comp time tag, you would think it would complain at that point and not in here. So let's check, but let's check. Oops. Here. Right, that's comp time. This is also comp time, yes. Get, so where do we call this actually? Editor, open file. Do we call this anywhere actually? Call it from here. Right, so let's actually just do this, and we'll just ignore this for now, because we're gonna change the way this works as well. So does this solve the issue? No. Okay. Are we calling this somewhere? Save file. Yeah, so this also is not gonna be called. What it is, it's not called actually. So, so that doesn't matter though. But no, that's just the same thing. Okay. So I don't know. This is also comp time. So I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll restart again and see if it disappears. No. Okay, can I run the thing? No. So let's see if we get some more information here. Unable to resolve comp time value. Slice value being concatenated must be comp time known. Yes. Which it is, right? New time app from context. Yeah. It is comp time known. How is this not comp time? Can I do this? Comp time. Return. I don't know. Function called at runtime cannot return value at comp time. What? Okay, this might be closer to the truth here. We want file extension is going to be document get file extension time map. Okay, how is this runtime? This is a constant, and we're providing a comp time known thing. So how is that runtime? This is the same thing. Where is it called at runtime? Does it work now? No? Can I do this and then break? Okay, that works, I guess. It's really weird that it wouldn't work before. But okay. Now we have this issue. I mean, let's just restart LSP. Recompile. Look at this error. Let's run the compiler. Check the error message. And tag payload. So document 100. Right, so here. Right, so this should be comp. Okay. Fine. Value of thing ignore. Oh, return. Found this. Right. So we need this to be a... Okay, well this I can fix. Where is it? We have this one. Right? And instead of doing... document type, inline else, tag name, D, document, no, so this one, yeah, this is the inner thing. So now we want to call, now we want this in here. There we go, I think. So yeah, we're doing the same thing here. We're checking, we're doing an inline switch on this. We're doing switch inline else. We get the sort of tag out here. We do a union init for this type, union type, tag union. we provide which tag we want to initialize and the value that we want to initialize with, so it doesn't work. Okay. Well, something doesn't work anyway. Cannot dereference non-pointer type out of memory error. Catch unreachable. Okay, we still get this error, so let's see where it is. Oh, or we don't actually get this error. Okay. Why is it showing this one? I thought it wouldn't show it if p open was false. Maybe p open is only for collapse. Okay. So let's do if context is error blah 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 open. And we'll simply not have this. There we go. Okay, cool. Now let's try this. Whoa, what happened? It's like expanding. Oh, is it like changing the width based on the items? Right. Okay, I see. Okay, so then let's just make the item. I think it's asset manager. So let's make the item. Also want to get rid of this error here. There we go. Again, let's make the item like fixed size, fixed width in that case. So this is gonna be, let's just make it like new asset item width, and I guess 128, let's say, or I don't know what's a good thing. So let's use that. But we need to put it in here. New asset item width. There we go. There we go. So now we got that. Awesome. So we want to make a new time map. Okay, nothing happens. So that should open this, and then this one should show this and stuff. So why doesn't that happen? Can it open a pop-up within a pop-up? Is that the issue? Is it open somewhere, or does it close? Okay, let's just not make it a pop-up, I guess. I just wanted to utilize the fact that ImGui keeps track of some of these IDs, if they're open or not. It would be cool if you could, if they had that as a generic thing, so you can have like states for that without having to do it yourself. But okay. let's just go to configure and add another bool for that. So I mean, we could add our own generic thing for it, but I'm just gonna do it like this. So is new time map dialog open. Alright, so this would be context, is new time map dialog open is true, and this will instead be this new time map that will open, and that will make a window, new time map, deferred end. There we go. Or not. Alright, will be ignored. Okay, now we get this new time map. Okay, we can remove this label now. But I think the label also acts as sort of like an ID, I believe. So... Oh yeah, so then you can do this instead. You do this and you say next item, wait, ID. Wait, how did you do this? I don't want a label. Oh, push ID, I think, yeah. Push ID, string, sure. New time map, input, and then I guess pop ID. Yeah. Okay, now let's see if that works. Right. So this should all be corrected now. So let's see what happens if we do this. Oh, it crashes. Interesting. Well, let's fix this later. So we'll create, I guess you could disable create button if that's happened. Also, there should be a way to cancel this, so we should have this be closable as well. But let's just make a test thing. Oh, it crashes, okay. Let's see what the issue is. File not found. Okay. Interesting. Oh, is it trying to find the file? What? No. Oh. Okay. So we can actually use that function for the purpose that I want. So this one actually... What? I mean, it doesn't say that it has to exist here. I just want... What? Why is this so finicky? Okay. Real path is just because it's like... Oh my god. Okay. Why? What is this? Okay, I'm getting a bit tired here, so you will notice that in my noises and what do you call it? I don't know. So I thought that okay. So apparently real path has to exist. Like I just want to create an absolute, like a string. It's just a string. You take, like, how do you get, so when you have a directory, how do you get the actual absolute path of that directory then? I mean, I guess you could just call real path. Okay, let's do this. Okay, we don't have that. Let's just do this then. So, I mean, we need a way to get an absolute path anyway. So, get absolute, so to absolute path, right? So we're gonna make this. We need an allocator. We need the path. Okay. We probably also need a directory as well. So yeah, don't we have this? Yes, we do. And that returns this. So yeah, let's make this version because that's the only one we are actually using, I think. Okay, so now right, my first thought is this. So we will get the dir path, real path alloc. No. Okay, allocator. I'm just using alloc because of convenience here. The path is this. Okay, so now we should get the path to that. Then we want to defer allocator free dir path. Okay. Then we want to create the absolute file path. Like, I can't believe that this doesn't exist as a thing, since you often have to use the absolute file path with the functions to make it work. Okay, anyway, absolute file path is equal to, I mean, I guess in the end, if you want to use absolute file paths, we probably don't want to use absolute file paths in the actual files later, because we want to keep everything in the project folder, and everything there is going to be relative to the root folder of the project folder. So actually we don't actually want to have absolute file paths, but I just want to have them now because that's how it works now. But I want to move towards relative file paths, because then you can, it doesn't matter where you have it, on which file system or whatever, you can move the project around and it will still work. But you do need to have your assets, sort of the like the textures and everything, also available in that case. Probably in the project itself, yeah. But that's fine. Absolute path file. Absolute file path. So this one is going to be. I'm just gonna check something here. Excuse me. Okay. So this one is. Wait, what's happening here? One second. Okay. Yeah, I need to eat something soon. Yeah, soon I will have to go, but let's see. Yeah. So we'll concat now. Allocator type and the slices. Slices are now their path. Well, actually not concat. This is gonna be path and join, I think. Yeah, join Z even. Yeah. Allocator paths and dirt. Yeah, dirt path and the path. This path. This path. That path. Whatever path. Oh yeah. We also need to check for absolute path. But this is the result. So let's just return that. Okay. But in order to keep this function sort of symmetric, where you can pass either an absolute path or a relative path, then we need to duplicate if it's an absolute path. So if path is absolute, path is absolute, yes. Okay. Then we return allocator dupe send. Alright. So now we have this. You can pass in a relative path or absolute path. You will have to take care of the result. It will be allocated. Right. We need to catch unreachable. Here and here. And here. Alright. Now. Wow. So now we will use two absolute paths instead. Self allocator. Dir is dir. Target dir. Path is file name. Okay. We are free. This doesn't exist anymore, so we'll remove that. Okay, do we have any other problems here? Will this not work now because it's not a... Oh, it does work, apparently. But this is Zero Sentinel. I guess it doesn't matter. That's weird. No field named optional. Okay, I'm not sure if that's an actual error or a remnant. It was a remnant. Okay, cool. Now let's try this again. Okay. I think it worked because nothing happened. And oh, do we have leaks? Oh man. We have leaks. Wait. Does not match free size? Oh no. Okay. Okay, I'll not worry about that for now. That's an indication that we're messing up with the allocators, so... Well, I'll just take a quick look. We're supposed to have gotten rid of the allocator, like the time arena allocator. Like if I search for arena, we shouldn't get much here. Well, we do get stuff here, but that's not used right now. Template arena. Oh yeah, let's get rid of that. It's just stupid example here. Why would that be an issue here? Why would this be an issue? Did we like reallocate it somewhere? Tab name equals okay. Wait. So we're allocating it here, and then we're calling set name down here. Right, so it shouldn't be reallocated. I think it's the thing here. But we're setting name. Oh yeah, we're using that. That's right. And then when we, okay, so let's check the initialize. Yeah, we're freeing name. So this is the issue here. We need to free this. Okay. Oh, still get a leak. Your memory drive. Pen layers. Oh. Wait, are we not initializing the layers? Wait, isn't this is a layer, right? Yeah. Where's the time? I thought this was done like ages ago. Oh, 1 second, there's someone at the door. Okay, I have to go here now, but I'll just finish this here. So the issue, let's see if I can even see the issue here. Are we not initializing the array list itself? Is that the issue here? Clear and free. Let's see if that's the issue. Actually, does it return? It doesn't return an error. Okay, we still get something here. Persistent data. Okay. Oh, right. So we also need to destroy it itself. It's nice that you get this almost like you can easily find. Yeah, so now we got rid of the memory leaks. That's really nice. Okay. Now, just one more thing. There's always one more thing. I'm just gonna check if we... So we have the projects there. And we do get the thing there, so... I guess it overwrites it. And here we got, you know, a standard time map. So it works. Next step is to actually show something in the assets manager. I will put that here. Assets manager menu. Let's take that off. We have the basic sort of window. Create new asset. So we do have this. Create new time map. We do have it. What we don't have is list assets as icons. Click, double click to open editor for asset. And what else? Okay, yeah. So anyway, we got done a bunch of stuff now. I feel like we're getting close to get this working now. It's nice to see that, yeah, we got this to, I mean, it's a long time coming to actually start working on this, but I feel it's coming into this time now, so that's really nice. But yeah, thanks for everyone tuning in.